The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., February 28, 2022. I hereby appoint the Honorable Ed Perlmutter to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Nancy Pelosi, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Prayer will be offered by our chaplain, Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Holy God, you were working on us before we even knew to look for you. You have put people, situations, and events in our lives to draw us to yourself, that we would come to know you and appreciate your steadfast love for us. Continue to open our eyes that we may see your masterful hand at work. As we gaze about us, may we look with your eyes to see how you are reflected in the faces of those who share in creation with us. Give us the insight to understand how certain challenges we've faced have strengthened us to serve you better. To understand that our pain has given us empathy, that we would be better suited to attend to the suffering of others. Enable us to seize the opportunities you put before us that allow us to participate in your creative purpose, to appreciate and respect your willingness to trust us with your handiwork. In responding to you, may we prove to be good and faithful stewards in the care and tending of the gracious gifts we have received by your hand. We offer this prayer in your most holy name. Amen.
Pursuant to Section 11A of House Resolution 188, the Journal of the Last Day's Proceedings is approved. Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Cohen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Chair will take this occasion to update the Speaker's announced policies of January 4th, 2021, regarding the requirement to wear masks in the hall of the House during the coronavirus pandemic. Consistent with updated guidance from the attending physician, the Chair wishes to inform members that masks are no longer required in the hall of the House. The Chair would further note that all members and staff may continue to wear masks at their discretion. This announcement is incorporated within the policy on conduct during a covered period of January 4th, 2021, and supersedes all other announced policies that are in conflict. The Chair appreciates the attention of members to this matter and expects members to continue to respect the health and safety of other members and staff during this ongoing pandemic, including by following current and future guidance of the attending physician with respect to masks, social distancing, and other COVID-related health and safety protocols. The Chair will now entertain up to 15 requests for speeches on each side of the aisle. What purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition? For what purpose does the gentleman from that Tennessee seek recognition?
To address the House. To address the House for 1 minute. No need to revise and extend.
Without objection, gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week, I led a bipartisan group to visit Lithuania and the OSCE meeting in Vienna, Austria. In Lithuania, we met with the leaders and assured them of America's Article 5 responsibilities and commitments in case Russia comes into Lithuania. They are very concerned. We met with our troops, who are 6 kilometers away from Russian troops stationed in Belarus. We then went to the OSCE in Vienna, and we led a strong response to support for Ukraine and opposition to the unbelievable invasion by the cruel Vladimir Putin. The European community was united, except for Russia and Belarus, in opposing the intrusion. Vladimir Putin is not operating in a rational manner. His KGB history, his extreme response to COVID have driven him to a delusional, paranoid, and dangerous state. It concerns all. I appreciate the actions of our president in supporting our country. I support President Zelensky, who is the Maccabee of his era. But the candles only lasted so long. We need to get him more oil. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to rise and address the House.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, right now we are witnessing the violent acts of a Russian dictator in Eastern Europe. Vladimir Putin is attempting to rehang the Iron Curtain and murdering innocent women and children who stand in his path. To help put an end to the war, America must stand united with the free people of Ukraine and continue to provide them with the lethal aid that they need to defend themselves. It's time for the United States to stop the flow of Russian oil to the rest of the world and impose harsh sanctions against Russia and its leaders. Vladimir Putin and corrupt Russian oligarchs must know that they will pay a steep price for their unwarranted aggression. It's time for President Biden to allow for America to become energy independent again and share our resources across the world. Energy independence means national security. Now is the time to promote American energy, and now is the time to stand with the Ukrainian people. Thank you, and I yield.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Iowa seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the accomplishments of 7 young men from Iowa's 2nd Congressional District. Timothy Kester of Bettendorf, Marcel Lopez of New London, Hunter Garvin of Iowa City West, Eric Kincaid of Comanche, Blaine Frazier and C.J. Walworth of Burlington, Notre Dame, and Ben Keeter of Iowa City earned the title of state champion at the Iowa State Wrestling Championships earlier this month. Wrestling holds a special place in the homes of many across Iowa, and these young men should be incredibly proud of their achievements. Through hard work and dedication, these student athletes were able to dominate their competition and bring home victory to their school, family, and community. These young men proved that the possibilities are endless if you work hard enough. Congratulations to all of our state champions. Mr. Speaker, I yield back my time.
Gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, Mr. Speaker.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, President Zelensky of Ukraine is a rock-ribbed leader who will fight and deliver for his country, and Americans are standing with the Ukrainians who are fighting so bravely for their country. It's damning that Americans can't say the same for the person who's supposed to be the leader of the free world as we can for President Zelensky. Our leader kneecapped American energy production by eliminating the Keystone XL pipeline and empowered Putin by waiving sanctions on the Nord Stream 2 pipeline in Europe. Due to that abysmal decision, the U.S. is now explicitly not targeting Russia's energy sector with sanctions. It is if he wanted America to be dependent on Putin and autocrats in Russia indefinitely. We could have done more to stop what has happened in Ukraine. Americans support the Ukrainians and want to see a change in our energy policy. What is happening now is damaging our country and our standing in the free world. I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
Gentlelady yields back. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess, subject to the call of the Chair.
The House will be in order pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20. The chair postpones further proceedings today on motions to suspend the rules on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The House will resume proceedings on postponed questions at a later time. For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, it's good to see you. I move the House suspend the rules and pass the bill S-321, the 688 Congressional Gold Medal Act, sponsored by Senator Moran.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 321, an act to award a Congressional Gold Medal to the members of the Women's Army Corps who were assigned to the 6888th Central Postal Directory Battalion, known as the 6888.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Perlmutter, and the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Davidson, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Colorado.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days within which to revise and extend their remarks on this legislation and to insert extraneous material into the record.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you. The 855 women of the 6888th Central Postal Directory Battalion, better known as the 6888, were given a mission to sort a 2-year backlog of mail consisting of millions of letters. But these women did more than just sort and distribute this backlog in record time. As the largest contingent of African American women to serve overseas during World War II, the 6888 demonstrated successfully that African American women could and should be included in the ranks of the military. Throughout their time overseas, the 6888 had a motto: no mail, low morale. Beginning in February 1945 with their arrival in Birmingham, England, the 6888 perfected their sorting processes, setting up 3 8-hour shifts running 7 days a week. At peak efficiency, they processed for delivery 65,000 pieces of mail per shift. Army leadership estimated it would take between 6 months and a year to clear the backlog of mail. The women of the 6888 did it in 3 months. The 6888 were then moved to Rouen, France, where they continued their mission, often working in cold, dark, and damp conditions and alongside German prisoners of war and French civilians. Finally, this group of women were moved to Paris, where they remained sorting and distributing mail to American troops through May 1946. In all, the 6888 were estimated to have distributed 17 million pieces of mail. Yet despite their important contributions to boosting troop morale and to work to dispel racist stereotypes within the military of the value and dedication of African American women in the armed services, the accomplishments of the women of the 6888 went unrecognized for decades. This bill is small, but it is a significant step towards ensuring the 6888's contributions are acknowledged and widely celebrated. The bill directs the United States Mint to strike a Congressional Gold Medal in honor of the women of the 6888 Central Postal Directory Battalion in recognition of their pioneering military service and contributions to increasing the morale of all American personnel stationed in Europe by ensuring no mail from loved ones was left undelivered. For these reasons, I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Davidson, is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
I rise in support of Senate Bill 321, the 6888 Congressional Gold Medal Act. Mr. Speaker, with our world so interconnected today, we can sometimes forget how big the role of mail played in our daily lives before technology came about. Electronic technology came about. These especially ring true for those who left home to defend our nation in times of war. As stated by the Smithsonian's Postal Museum, quote, for members of the armed forces, The importance of mail during World War II was second only to food. The emotional power of letters was heightened by the fear of loss and the need for communication during times of separation." End quote. The importance of morale-boosting letters was well known back home in the United States, and many answered the call to send letters to the U.S. military fighting in the Great War. However, getting these letters to the men on the front lines was an arduous task. By February of 1945, warehouses in Birmingham, England, had a backlog of millions of pieces of mail. This is where the 688 Central Postal Directory Battalion forever changed history. Going back a bit, on July 1st, 1943, Franklin Delano Roosevelt signed into law legislation that established the Women's Army Corps, better known as WACs. Early on, these corps consisted of only white women, and even when African American women were admitted into the WAC, the recruitment was limited to only 10%. Additionally, those who did enlist served in segregated units, they participated in segregated training, and they lived in segregated areas. Despite the overt racism and segregation, a total of 6,520 brave African American women served in the Women's Army Corps. In November of 1944, despite slow recruitment of volunteers, a battalion of 817 and later 824 enlisted personnel and 31 officers, all African American women drawn from the WAC, the Army Service Forces and the Army Air Forces, was created and eventually designated as the 688 Central Postal Directory Battalion. Upon arriving in Birmingham, the unit got right to work, creating an effective process and filing system to track service members and organize, quote, undeliverable mail. They were so efficient that they cleared a 6-month to a year backlog in only 3 months. Spurred on by their motto, "No mail, low morale," these brave women cleared an average 65,000 pieces of mail per shift, ensuring that our service members had the ability to hear from loved ones back at home and to sustain the high morale that was needed. Since World War II, the 688 have received the European African Middle Eastern Campaign Medal, the Women's Army Corps Service Medal, and the World War II Victory Medal for their service. Today, we should add the Congressional Gold Medal to this distinguished list. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank Representative Gwen Moore from Wisconsin, the author of House Bill H.R. 1012, for her work to bring recognition to these brave women. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Perlmutter.
I'd ask my friend from Ohio, and I thank him for his remarks, if he has any other speakers. If not, I was hoping Ms. Moore would be here, but I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Ohio.
I believe we're in a period of dueling reserves, trying to accommodate colleagues who are en route. But I would elaborate, as a prior enlisted service member, never serving in a field of combat, just getting a letter from home when you were away on a deployment, or even from the very moment you went to basic training. In those days, you didn't have cell phones, text messages, emails, instant messages, web chat rooms, and all these things. So your lifeline was the Postal Service. And frankly, I owe it to the mail service that delivered letters to me while I was a cadet at West Point, to a big part of the courtship that led to me marrying my wife. So we dated the whole time we were there. We looked forward to letters. And we did have payphones back then, so you'd wait in line for the payphone that augmented the letters. So it's heroic what these women did, and as we think about other things that have changed, thankfully, the period of time where it was looked upon with skepticism that women could serve in our military, or African Americans, men or women in any other way could serve. The idea that they were segregated in every way through this whole period of history is, I think, shocking to people today. But this was really a key piece of our history in allowing this transition. So I think it's fitting that they're recognized with the Congressional Gold Medal, and I encourage, once again, all of our colleagues to support this bill. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves.
I thank the gentleman, and I just
Gentleman from Colorado.
I thank him for his personal remarks about how important the mail, receiving communication is. These women, there were 7 million people in the European theater during World War II. And there were many names that were exactly the same that they had to sort through. In fact, there were some 7,500 individuals named Robert Smith. And they had to figure out precisely who was to receive what mail. And they did this. And they did this in very difficult environments, and were able to provide the morale that was so key to all of these soldiers and sailors and airmen and women in their service. So I just would reserve and suggest to my friend from Ohio that we close. And I'd urge him to go ahead.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
I just conclude by saying, yes, I am prepared to close, and I urge my colleagues, all of our colleagues, to support S321, and I yield back the balance of my time.
I'm sorry.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman
Mr.
from
Speaker,
Colorado.
Mr. Davidson, I would just say Mr. Mafume would like to speak, and I'd yield him 2 minutes.
Well, thank you
Gentleman
very much.
from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the distinguished gentleman for yielding a little bit of time here at the conclusion of this discussion. And I want to thank all of those, particularly the gentlewoman from Wisconsin, for coming up with this bill on the House side, and obviously the speakers on the Senate side that support it. I can't say enough about the need here to do the right thing in awarding this congressional gold medal to the members of the Women's Army Corps who were assigned to the 6888 Central Postal Directory Battalion. It was a total of 855 black women. It was 1944, 1945. They went to serve their country with distinction and to make sure that that war would somehow guarantee rights to all Americans, many of the rights that they did not have themselves. They were the largest contingent to be deployed overseas of black women, and they worked 7 days a week. And as was stated earlier, 7 days a week was not even enough for many of those who witnessed what they were doing. The Army, with its own admission, sort of figured that the work that would be before them would take months and months and months, and we all know now as a result of history that was not the case. They worked tirelessly to support the mail that was going both ways at a time when we didn't have internet and we didn't have all the ways to communicate today. So I congratulate them as a sterling group. There are just a few that are still alive, well in their 90s today, and I urge passage of this very, very important piece of legislation.
And I would reserve.
Thank you.
The gentleman from Colorado has the only time remaining.
Would the gentleman
Well,
consider
I would
to Mr. Letourneau?
yield to the gentleman from Ohio, because I thought we were all finished, but obviously we have other speakers, and I know there's time on both sides.
Does the gentleman from Ohio wish to reclaim his time?
I do.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Perlmutter. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. Letourneau.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, and I want to thank my colleagues. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of this legislation to award a Congressional Gold Medal to the members of the Women's Army Corps 6888 Central Postal Directory Battalion. In 1943, President Franklin D. Roosevelt signed legislation that created the Women's Army Corps, and with the help of First Lady Eleanor Roosevelt and Mary McLeod Bethune, the opportunity to serve in overseas units was soon extended to African American women, and the 6888 unit was born. The 6888 began their service in 1945 and were stationed in areas throughout England and France. Despite the dangerous conditions, These brave women helped sort and deliver millions of vital pieces of mail to soldiers on the front lines and helped quickly eliminate a 6-month backlog at several mail stations. I am honored to help introduce this legislation to award the 688 with the highest honor in Congress, the Congressional Gold Medal, for their heroic service to our nation. I want to thank my colleague, Congresswoman Moore, for leading this effort in the House, and my fellow Kansan, Senator Moran, for helping get this bill across the finish line in the Senate. I urge my colleagues to support this bill that gives these heroic women the recognition they deserve. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Ohio? Gentleman from Ohio reserves. Gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
I'd like to yield 3 minutes to the sponsor of this bill, a gentlewoman from Wisconsin, Ms. Moore.
The gentlewoman from Wisconsin, Ms. Moore, is recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, gentlemen, for yielding. I want to thank my colleagues on both sides of the aisle who have worked tirelessly to get the majority, the supermajority necessary to consider the S-321 to award a Congressional Gold Medal to the Women Army Corps 688 Central Postal Battalion. Let me just say that I am so pleased to be a sponsor of this bill, particularly as we end Black History Month honoring these women, and as we begin Women's History Month. The intersection of those two things is certainly very appropriate to mention the 688. You've heard about the heroic efforts that this only Black female battalion ever in history that served in World War II is being honored here today. And they're being honored because their heroic efforts enable them as a central battalion for the delivery of post office to give people that little bit of measure of a piece of home when they were away. I just have to ask my colleagues, you know, when there are 7,500 Robert Smiths who weren't able to get their mail during World War II, who did they call? The 688. Black women. When they were coming under fire, and there were 17.5 million pieces of mail that were backlogged and couldn't be sent to these soldiers, who did they call? Oh yeah, the 688. And when mothers were worried that their sons, when wives were worried that their husbands had lost connection, who kept that connection going? The 688. You know, their motto was no mail, low morale. So they weren't just sorting mail, people. They were, in the words of Judy Glazer, printed in the Niagara Gazette, May 21st, 2021, their work was more than sorting mail. It was ministering to the souls of soldiers, making sure they received that piece of home that reminded them that they were not forgotten. And today, we're not forgetting them. And I say, in the name of my constituent who is still alive and will be enjoying her 98th birthday on March 5th, Anna Mae Roberson, congratulations on this gold medal. Yield me one more second.
I will yield you 1 more minute.
I just want to enter into the record the names of First Lieutenant Fanny Griffin, McClendon of Arizona, Corporal Lena Derricott Bell King of Las Vegas, Nevada, Private Romay Catherine Davis of Alabama, Hilda Griggs of New Jersey, Private Credentia Garcia from the Bronx, who are still alive, and to the relative, to the son of their leader, Major Charity Adams. Thank you, Major, for leading the 688 to this great victory today. And with that, I would yield back.
Gentleman from Colorado reserves.
Reserve.
Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Colorado.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Davidson. Thanks to the sponsor of this bill and the passion she always brings to this floor. I'd like to also thank the sponsor of the bill in the Senate, Senator Moran from Kansas. Everybody, particularly the House sponsor, Ms. Moore, and the Senator, Mr. Moran, for their hard work in ensuring the women of the 6888 receive the recognition they so richly deserve. As Drexel University historian Gregory S. Cook notes, quote, "They knew what they did would reflect on all other black people. The Tuskegee Airmen, the 6888 represented all black people. Had they failed, all black people would be seen to have failed. And that was part of the thinking going into the war. The black battalions had the burden that their role in the war was about something much bigger than themselves," unquote. The women of the 6888 fought a battle indeed greater than the warehouses stacked to the ceiling with bags and bags of undelivered mail, and ensuring our nation's soldiers received letters from back home. It was also a battle for equality and for recognition and respect from their fellow Americans. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate 321? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
I ask for the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings are postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass S. 3706.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 3706, an act to provide for the application of certain provisions of the Secure Rural Schools and Community Self-Determination Act of 2000 for fiscal year 2021.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from California, Mr. Correa, and the gentlewoman from Florida, Mrs. Kamek, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on the bill under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself at such time as I may consume, and I rise in strong support of S. 3706. This bill
recognized.
Makes important corrections to the recently passed Secure Rural Schools reauthorization. Without these corrections, counties would not have the choice of electing to receive SRS payments or electing to receive federal timber harvest receipts. Rather, they would have to take SRS payments. Furthermore, the current reauthorization does not allow counties to elect their allocation in advance of their fiscal year 2021 payments, meaning all eligible counties would receive 80% Title I funds, 20% Title II funds, and no Title III funds. While Title I payments are used for roads and schools, will be the bulk of the payments. Either way, it is important to ensure that counties get access to Title III funds. Title III funds are important because they can be used for specified county purposes. These purposes can include law enforcement on federal land, search and rescue, and wildfire risk reduction. This fix will help timber-dependent counties across the country and ensure continued support for roads, schools, law enforcement, and environmental benefits. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of S 3706. Under longtime federal law, counties located within the National Forest System have received a share of revenues generated through the sale of timber harvested from those federal lands. This revenue has been critical for forested counties to support schools, roads, law enforcement, search and rescue operations, and other local activities that benefit both our forests and our rural communities. However, with the sharp decline in timber harvesting across the National Forest System since the early 1990s, rural counties have seen revenues for schools and other important local services plummet as a result. To offset this lost revenue, Congress created the Secure Rural Schools program in 2000 to provide additional funding to participating counties based on their average historical timber payments. In my own district, in North Florida, Putnam County and Marion County receive a combined total of more than $624,000 through the Secure Rural Schools program, thanks to the sale of timber harvested out of the Ocala National Forest. In rural counties like Putnam, this funding provides support for the county's schools, roads, and other critical services. It's no different in Marion County. The recent infrastructure bill, signed into law this past November, reauthorized the Secure Rural Schools for the next 3 years. However, due to a drafting error, this reauthorization did not lock in the payment allocations that participating counties had for the last elected in 2013. Consequently, payments for this spring will revert to their default levels in permanent law. This means that county allocations will revert to 80% for Title I, 20% for Title II, and 0% for Title III. To correct this problem, S 3706 will lock in the 2013 elections for the coming year. In doing so, the bill will provide certainty and consistency for county payments that will be made in the coming months. Fundamental errors like this demonstrate how flawed and rushed the process was to pass the infrastructure bill this last year. It also demonstrates the need for committee consideration and why committees should not be bypassed before bringing a bill to the floor. However, given the great importance of county payments to both forested communities and rural school districts around the nation, I support this common sense technical fix and urge my colleagues to vote yes. As we continue to consider how to best steward our national forests and support forest communities, I would like to add that increasing timber harvesting across the National Forest System will better support these counties and reduce the need for this program in the long run. Regardless of what the critics say, timber harvesting will encourage forest health and will help prevent the devastating wildfires that have torn through America's forests in recent years. Our forests are an important pillar for our rural economies and provide much needed revenue to our local counties and schools like those in my own district. Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
Does the gentlewoman reserve?
We have no further speakers, Mr. Speaker.
Gentlewoman yields back. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time and urge adoption of this bill.
Okay. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate 3706? Those in favor say yea. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended and the bill is passed. And without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass S-854, the Methamphetamine Response Act of 2021.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 854, an act to designate methamphetamine as an emerging threat and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, and the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Gauthier, will control 20 minutes, each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on S-854.
Without objection.
And, Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise in support of S-854, the Methamphetamine Response Act of 2021. Today, our nation continues to face a devastating epidemic of substance use and overdose deaths, an epidemic that has only been exacerbated by the COVID-19 pandemic. During the pandemic, we have surpassed the tragic milestone of 100,000 drug overdose deaths in a one-year period. Although opioids account for a significant number of overdose deaths, methamphetamine overdoses have been rising at alarming rates in recent years. Recent data from the National Institutes of Health found that methamphetamine overdose deaths nearly tripled from 2015 to 2019. Further, the Drug Enforcement Administration reports that methamphetamine continues to be readily available throughout the United States. In 2019, the DEA seized over 53,000 kilograms of methamphetamine. That was a 55% increase over 2018. Recent data also suggests that seizures of methamphetamine have increased during the pandemic. The threat of this drug is compounded by the common mixing or cutting of drugs, such as cocaine, with methamphetamine. To address the widespread availability and the shocking increases in methamphetamine-involved overdose deaths, this legislation would designate methamphetamine as an emerging drug threat. By making this designation, Mr. Speaker, S-854 would require the Office of National Drug Control Policy to implement a methamphetamine response plan. And as part of this plan, ONDCP and partner agencies would develop a comprehensive assessment of the emerging drug threat, establish quantifiable goals to combat the threat, implement performance measures, and identify the funding levels needed to implement the plan. The House companion of this bill was considered and passed by the Energy and Commerce Committee with bipartisan support in July of last year. I commend the sponsors of the House companion, Representative Peters and Curtis, for their leadership. This legislation is another step forward in our ongoing efforts to end the substance use epidemic that is devastating our families and communities. And so, Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support S-854, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserved. For what purpose is the gentleman from Kentucky?
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of S-854, Methamphetamine Response Act.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of S-854, Methamphetamine Response Act. The companion version of this bill, H.R. 2051, was led by Representatives Peters, Curtis, Harshbarger in the House. Methamphetamine is a highly addictive stimulant that is illicitly trafficked throughout the United States. This dangerous substance is associated with psychosis, cardiovascular dysfunction, infectious disease transmission, and overdose. The Drug Enforcement Administration even issued a public safety alert for the first time in 6 years in September 2021, warning Americans about the increase in the lethality of fake prescription pills containing fentanyl and methamphetamine. In response to recent trends and alarming increases in methamphetamine-involved overdose deaths, S-854 would designate methamphetamine as an emerging drug threat that would direct the Office of National Drug Control Policy to develop a methamphetamine response plan. The development and the implementation of this plan will help coordinate efforts across the federal government to more effectively address the emerging drug threat. And I'll say we absolutely have to have this in place, but it stops at the source. I was able in early January to go to the border, and I was outside of El Paso, actually in New Mexico, but outside of El Paso, And the Border Drug Agent said, because they took me to the point where they finished on January 20th, 21, where they ceased building the wall. And they said this is where a lot of the drugs are flowing through. And they were talking about meth, and they were also talking about fentanyl. And fentanyl, as we know, is mostly originates in China, comes to Mexico. So it's just a failure of so many different policies, comes to Mexico and comes through the border. And they said because of the volume of people coming up through the border without the Remain in Mexico policy and the wall, that it's numbers. If hundreds of people are coming, we can catch 20% of them. And you can put fentanyl particularly. I know we're talking about methamphetamine, but it goes together. You can put fentanyl in a water bottle and bring it through. And then we're doing this bill, which is great today. But illicit fentanyl analogs, on March the 11th, if the CR expires, will be street legal in the United States. This committee needs to bring the HALT Fentanyl Act to the floor and permanently ban illicit fentanyl. 70% of all overdose deaths in Kentucky in 2020 was from illicit fentanyl. So rise in support of this bill. This is a serious bill. I actually had a sheriff from Nelson County, Kentucky, was visiting, and he said, we can tell the price because they do the control buys. And the amount of money I have to use to buy meth, the cost I can tell you what's happening at the border, because if it's low, it means we're flooded with it because the border's not in control. And right now, the price is so low. The only thing that my drug enforcement officers have said to me is that, well, there's no longer any meth labs, or many meth labs, if any, in rural Kentucky because so much is coming from Mexico, it's put them out of business. So they don't have to go clean up meth labs as they find them. But it's a tough consolation. So we need to pass this bill, and we also need to pass the HALT Fentanyl Act, and we need to get control of our southern border to keep them from flowing into this country illegally to begin with. And with that, I yield back and reserve my time.
Does the gentleman wish to reserve?
I reserve my time.
Reserve. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no additional speakers, so if you want to close.
No additional speakers, and I'll yield back.
Gentleman from Kentucky yields back. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would just urge a support for this bill, which is bipartisan, so we can send it to the President, and I yield back.
Gentleman from New Jersey yields back. The question is, will the House suspend rules and pass Senate 845? 854. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass S. 1543, the Suicide Training and Awareness Nationally Delivered for Universal Prevention Act of 2021, or the Stand Up Act.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 1543, an act to amend the Public Health Service Act to provide best practices on student suicide awareness and prevention training and condition state educational agencies, local educational agencies, and tribal educational agencies receiving funds under Section 520A of such act to establish and implement a school-based student suicide awareness and prevention training policy.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, and the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Guthrie, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend the remarks and include extraneous material on S. 1543.
Without objection.
And Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise today in support of S. 1543, the Suicide Training and Awareness Nationally Delivered for Universal Prevention Act, also known as the Stand Up Act. Americans are facing a growing mental health crisis, and that crisis is hitting our nation's youth particularly hard right now. While the challenges of COVID-19 amplified this crisis, children and young people in the U.S. have been experiencing rising rates of mental health conditions and suicide for years, particularly among youth of color and LGBTQI young people. Between 2008 and 2018, the suicide rate amongst adolescents and young people increased by nearly 60%. Today, Mr. Speaker, suicide is the second leading cause of death among children and young people between the ages of 10 and 24. Black youth are nearly twice as likely as white youth to die by suicide, and the rate of suicide amongst American Indian and Alaskan Native youth is 2.5 times the overall national average. Meanwhile, the suicide rate among young Hispanic women increased dramatically in the decade leading up to the pandemic. Additionally, LGBTQ youth are at greater risk for depression and suicide. According to a 2020 survey, 50% of LGBTQ youth considered attempting suicide in the prior year. And all these trends are alarming, so much so that pediatric experts have declared the state of children's mental health a national emergency. And last December, the Surgeon General Murthy, issued an advisory on the youth mental health crisis. Today, the House is continuing its critical work of considering legislation to address the crisis. The Stand Up Act would require state and tribal education agencies to establish and implement a suicide awareness and prevention training policy for middle and high school students. The policy would be required for any agency receiving funding through the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration, or SAMHSA's, Project Aware funds, and it would need to be evidence-based as well as culturally and linguistically appropriate. Last May, Mr. Speaker, we passed the House companion of this bill with bipartisan support here on the House floor after it had passed out of the Energy and Commerce Committee last Congress. I commend the lead House sponsors of the bill, Representatives Peters and Bilirakis, for their leadership on this issue. As chairman of the Energy and Commerce Committee, I strongly support legislation that will help bring awareness and promote best practices on suicide prevention among our nation's youth. So, Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support S. 1543, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Guthrie, is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
I rise today in support of Senate Bill 1543, the Suicide Training and Awareness Nationally Delivered for Universal Prevention, or Stand Up Act. The House version of this Bill, H.R. 586, was led by Representative Scott Peters, along with Energy and Commerce Committee colleagues Bilirakis, Blunt, Rochester, Upton, and Tonko. It passed this chamber unanimously last May, and this legislation helps promote suicide awareness and facilitates prevention training for students and young Americans. For the last decade, suicide has been the second leading cause of death for Americans ages 10 to 24, and the 10th leading cause of overall deaths in the United States. Initiatives that empower students with knowledge of the warning signs and resources for prevention can help in preventing suicide, which this legislation will help to accomplish. The pandemic has greatly impacted the mental health of Americans across the country. It is critical that we continue addressing these growing challenges and to work to prevent youth suicide while promoting the mental wellness of all. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll reserve my time. I have no further speakers.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
I have no additional speakers either. So if the gentleman would close.
I'll yield back.
Kentucky is
Mr. Speaker,
recognized.
I'll yield back my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from New Jersey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would urge support this bill. It's bipartisan, and again, we'd be sending it to the President with our action today. I yield back.
The question is, will the House suspend rules and pass Senate 1543? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
And Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass S. 1662, the Supporting the Foundation for the National Institutes of Health and Reagan-Udall Foundation for the Food and Drug Administration Act.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 1662, an act to increase funding for the Reagan-Udall Foundation for the Food and Drug Administration and for the Foundation for the National Institutes of Health.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, and the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Guthrie, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on S-1662.
Without objection.
And Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise today in support of S-1662, the Supporting the Foundation for the National Institutes of Health and the Reagan-Udall Foundation for the Food and Drug Administration Act. In December, this chamber considered and passed the House companion of this legislation by a vote of 374 to 52. Earlier in the year, the legislation advanced out of the Energy and Commerce Committee, where it garnered bipartisan support. I'd like to commend the House bill's sponsors, Health Subcommittee Chairwoman Eshoo and Representative Hudson, for their strong leadership and commitment to this bill. The Foundation for the NIH is an independent, nonprofit organization established by Congress in 1990 to develop private-public partnerships and advance American leadership in biomedical research. Likewise, the Reagan-Udall Foundation for the FDA was established by Congress in 2007 to advance the mission of the FDA and catalyze innovation, modernize medical product development, and improve safety. The NIH and FDA are authorized to transfer funding to their respective foundations, but that limit has not been increased since 2007. So this bill, S-1662, would increase the transfer authority for both foundations, allowing the foundations to continue and expand upon the important work they've been doing. For example, during the COVID-19 pandemic, they have done important work to enhance the FDA and NIH's work on COVID-19 vaccine and diagnostics. Now, this bill will help build upon our ongoing efforts to advance biomedical research and promote better public health outcomes. And so, Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support S-1662, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak about S-1662, the Supporting the Foundation for the National Institutes of Health and the Reagan-Udall Foundation for the Food and Drug Administration Act. The companion version of this bill, H.R. 3743, was led by my Energy and Commerce Committee colleagues, Representatives Hudson, Eshoo, and passed in the House in December. Unleashing biomedical innovation in the United States is critical in saving lives and maintaining our global competitiveness, as we saw how important it was to invest in creating new treatments during the COVID-19 pandemic, and we need to carry that momentum into the future. S-1662 authorizes increased transfer authorities from FDA and NIH to the Reagan-Udall Foundation and the Foundation for NIH, respectively, allowing FDA and NIH to transfer these resources to these public-private partnerships to give the Reagan-Udall Foundation and the Foundation for NIH more flexibility to meet the growing research demands and accelerate future medical innovations. And I just want to close with this. I was in Brussels last week. I'm on the NATO Parliamentary Assembly, so I was with our allies as everything took place that we all saw in Europe. And this is the Energy and Commerce Committee. We've done some wonderful work on these bills, and they're important. But I will tell you, as this talked about innovation and world leadership reminded me of this. And, you know, we were energy independent a year ago, a couple years ago. And I will tell you, it is struggling for people in my part of the country. I'm sure it's all over the country for what they're paying at the gas prices. But I will tell you this, I was with our European allies, and they are terrified about what this is going to do to the oil markets. And what we're doing now is just not sanctioning the Russian oil because we're all terrified of it. And so hopefully, being the Energy and Commerce Committee, we'll have the opportunity to look at the policies why we're no longer in energy independent and how we can move forward. And I saw the president's spokeslady, Ms. Psaki, talking on an interview show yesterday, and they asked her, said, was the president going to do something to relieve fossil fuels? And her answer was, well, this just shows why we shouldn't be dependent on fossil fuels. Well, the answer is this is why we shouldn't be dependent on foreign fossil fuels when we have them available to ourselves. And of course, the interviewer didn't ask the following question, well, maybe that's the case, but what are we going to do in the next weeks, months, and through the summertime? And I'll tell you, we all know, because we see it on television, it is a dire situation. But when you look them in the eyes and you see in the faces, the Ukrainians are eligible to come to this meeting, but obviously they weren't there. We did have Zoom meetings with them. But we looked at our European allies, and they're just, it's a tough situation. We can make it better. We can make it better for ourselves. We can make it better for them. and I think it's the right thing to do. So hopefully we have the opportunity to move forward. But the bills that we're talking about today in my subcommittee are important, and I recommend that this one be passed as well. And I have no further speakers, so I can yield back if you have no further speakers.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have no additional speakers either, so the gentleman can. And
Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask that, again, bipartisan support for this bill, which I also believe would be going to the President, and I yield back.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate 1662? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 2116, the Creating a Respectful and Open World for Natural Hair Act, or the Crown Act as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 2116, a bill to prohibit discrimination based on an individual's texture or style of hair.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler, and the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Jordan, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the bill under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the Creating a Respectful and Open World for Natural Hair Act, or the Crown Act, is a critically important civil rights bill that would explicitly prohibit discrimination on the basis of hair texture or hairstyles commonly associated with a particular race or national origin. It would do so in areas of the law where discrimination on the basis of race or national origin is already prohibited, such as employment, education, and housing. To be clear, it is my view that existing civil rights statutes already make such hair-based discrimination unlawful. The Equal Employment Opportunity Commission agrees, having issued guidance interpreting Title VII of the Civil Rights Act of 1964 to prohibit such discrimination as a form of race discrimination in certain circumstances. Unfortunately, some federal courts have erroneously rejected this interpretation. The Crown Act simply fixes these courts' misinterpretation of federal civil rights law, and this fix is urgently needed. According to a 2019 study conducted by the Joy Collective, Black people are disproportionately burdened by policies and practices in public places, including the workplace, that target profilers single them out for natural hairstyles, unquote, and other hairstyles traditionally associated with their race, like braids, locks, and twists. The study also found that 80% of Black women believed that they had to change their hair from its natural state to fit at the office, and that they were 83% more likely to be judged harshly because of their looks. While this study illustrates the prevalence of hair discrimination, It is the people behind those numbers that make this legislation so vital. For example, a Texas student was told that he would not be allowed to walk at graduation because his dreadlocks were too long. A Florida boy was turned away from his first day of school because his hair was too long. And a New Orleans area girl was sent home from school for wearing braids. Similarly, numerous black employees have been told to change their hair because it violated their employer's dress code. Some have even been denied employment altogether because of their hairstyles. In view of these disturbing facts, 14 states have enacted statutes prohibiting discrimination on the basis of an individual's natural hairstyle, in every case with bipartisan support and sometimes even with the unanimous support of both parties. While I applaud these states for taking action, this is a matter of basic justice that demands a national solution by Congress. That's why I strongly support the Crown Act. The House passed a nearly identical measure last Congress, and I hope that we will do so again today. I thank the gentlewoman from New Jersey, Representative Bonnie Watson-Coleman, for her leadership and for introducing this important bill this Congress. I urge all members to support this legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
I thank the Speaker. Mr. Speaker, racial discrimination is wrong, it is un-American, and it is contrary to our ideals. Our federal civil rights laws recognize these facts. The laws are clear, and courts have been consistent that disparate treatment of one individual when compared to another cannot be based on race, color, or national origin. A person also cannot use a pretextual reason as cover for taking a discriminatory action prohibited by our civil rights laws. The Supreme Court settled that issue in 1973. As early as 1976, federal courts held that discrimination on the basis of hairstyle associated with a certain race or national origin may in fact constitute racial discrimination. In other words, under current law, if a person's hairstyle or hair texture is associated with the person's race or national origin and is used as a pretext for discrimination, that conduct is unlawful. These decades of precedent make the bill that we are debating today unnecessary and duplicative. In fact, the chairman of the committee just said that 3 minutes ago. The problem raised by the Democrats is one solved by enforcing our existing laws, not by making this conduct illegal for a second time. The Democrats may have recognized this fact if they'd have had real legislative hearings on this bill this Congress, but they didn't. And so the Judiciary Committee didn't have the opportunity to hear from experts about the legislation or how it comports with existing law. That is just one example of the deficient process that brought this bill to the floor today. At markup, Republican members of the Judiciary Committee raised multiple concerns about this bill's potential impact. For example, schools, employers, and other entities covered by federal civil rights laws may have race-neutral policies that everyone must follow. These policies are sometimes necessary to ensure an employee can adequately and safely do their job, such as a prohibition on hairstyles that could prevent a firefighter from properly wearing a respirator or a helmet. This bill, however, may jeopardize these policies because it creates a blanket prohibition on adverse treatment because of certain hairstyles or hair textures. These concerns and the Democrats' deficient process caused every Republican member to oppose this bill at markup. Instead of working to address these problems, the Democrats are bringing this bill, which was reported on a party line vote, to a vote under suspension of the rules. The Democrats are prioritizing this legislation, a bill to prohibit conduct already unlawful under our law, for political messaging reasons. This bill does not address any of the serious problems our country currently faces. Think about the crime problem, the 40-year high inflation problem, the 2 million illegal immigrants who've come across our border in 1 year's time alone, and of course not to mention the situation going on in Ukraine as we speak. I urge members to oppose this bill, and I reserve the balance of our time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you. Excuse me. Mr. Speaker, I now yield 3 minutes to the sponsor of this bill, the distinguished gentlelady from New Jersey, Ms. Watson-Coleman.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the chairman of our committee for allotting me this time to speak on a bill that I think is very important. Mr. Speaker, I do rise today to defend the right of Black people to exist as their authentic selves. 58 years after the passage of the Civil Rights Act of 1964, racial discrimination still runs rampant. For far too often, black people, especially black women and girls, are derided or deemed unprofessional simply because their hair does not conform to white beauty standards. Our natural hair is as innate a quality of black people as the presence of melanin in our skin. Discriminating against our hair is no different than discriminating against the color of our skin. Hair discrimination forces black people to choose between employment and existing authentically. Black women are 80% more likely to alter their hair to fit in at work. It is no different at school, where black students are disproportionately suspended for unapproved hairstyles. Fortunately, with the support of groups like the Crown Coalition, state legislatures across the country have banned hair discrimination. State-level progress is an important step in the right direction, but it is not enough. And I reintroduced the Crown Act to end hair discrimination at the federal level. My bill would eliminate an undue burden that black women face every day. The methods black women use to manipulate their hair are not only costly and time-consuming, but also damaging to their hair. Nobody should have to sacrifice their time, their money, and the health of their hair for the sake of complying with racist standards of professionalism. Furthermore, the Crown Act is a necessary step toward protecting black beauty and culture. Prohibiting hair discrimination is only the beginning. Even if this bill becomes law, we have a long road ahead toward a truly inclusive society. As members of Congress, we must pass legislation that promotes diversity over discrimination and inclusivity over intolerance. And through our work with other organizations like the Crown Coalition and the Screen Actors Guild, we can change the culture and build an America where everyone from our essential service workers to our most beloved television stars can live authentically. I'd like to thank those groups for doing everything in their power to raise awareness of this important but often ignored racial justice issue. The Crown Act is long overdue civil rights legislation. I hope my colleagues on both sides of the aisle will support it and send it to the President's desk without delay. No one should be forced to alter their appearance to be accepted. It's time that Congress recognizes that, and I do ask for their support. I thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
We reserve, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 3 minutes to the distinguished gentlelady from Texas, a member of the Judiciary Committee, Ms. Jackson Lee.
The gentlewoman from Texas is recognized.
I thank the distinguished chairman, and I thank with deep appreciation to Congresswoman Bonnie Watson Coleman, and delighted to be an original co-sponsor. And I thank the Judiciary Committee for really standing for these issues that are uniquely engaged in the Constitution and equality and justice, but that would get no light of day had our chairman and our subcommittee chairpersons not thought that it was valuable and important. Let me say to my friends on the other side of the aisle, I'm very glad of their recitation of the civil rights laws, and they are right. They are extremely important in protecting the civil rights of those who have been infringed upon. But they're not perfect, and they're not perfect as evidenced by the continuous stark discrimination regarding hairstyles, particularly with African American women and others. And let me just say, Mr. Speaker, I realize that this is a tough business, but wear hairstyles such as what I wear, and note the social media calling you monkeys over and over again. And so it is not just the fact that you wear a style that could be called a crown. It is the advantage that others who want to racially divide, and you know who they do it to? Our children. And so it is evident that there is need for the Crown Act because it prevents the discrimination on the texture of hair or hairstyles commonly associated with a particular race or national origin in areas of the law where discrimination on the basis of race or national origin is already prohibited. But it is not precise. This law is precise. Black people are disproportionately burdened by policies and practices in public places, including the workplace, that target profile or single them out, but others are engaged as well. The Crown study found that black women's hair is more policed in the workplace, therefore contributing to a climate of group control. But I've seen cases as a member of the Homeland Security Committee, black women coming back from the Caribbean and their hair being searched or they're being targeted as having something in that hair. That is insulting, offensive, and it is not constitutional as it relates to equal justice under the law. The findings also say that 80% of black women believed that they had to change their hairstyle. But again, the young people who in the midst of their competition in the state of Texas, boys, girls, required to, in an outrageous manner, cut their dreadlocks before they could compete. How heartbreaking that is, how destroyed those children were. And the young man that had to go all the way to the federal court because he refused to cut his dreadlocks. Why should he? I'm very grateful that the military saw the outrage some years ago. 2014, Secretary Hagel indicated a review of military policies. The Marine Corps in 2015 followed suit and issued regulations to permit lock and twist hairstyles. And so it is, in fact, very crucial to know that it's Native Americans, it's men, it's women. This is our famous tennis player.
Gentlewoman's
it's all of
time
us.
has expired.
Simply say that the Crown Act.
Seconds.
Very grateful to the chairman. Thank you so very much. Again, this is an outstanding tennis player. This is a young man. These are styles that are neat and certainly acceptable. This is a Native American. Again, a black woman. And here is the ultimate insult. In my state, this young man had to, before he could compete, had to have his dreadlocks cut. The Crown Act is imperative, it is needed, and I can assure you, Mr. Speaker, it will not impact in any medical attention that you need because Crown Act is about hair, and hair does not impact in your medical needs. We need the Crown Act. I yield back.
Time has expired. Gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Reserve, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from Ohio reserves. Gentleman from
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 2 minutes to the gentlelady, to a member of the Judiciary Committee, the gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Garcia.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the chairman and, of course, the sponsor of this bill. I'm Rice today in support and a proud sponsor of the Crown Act. Far too long, people with hairstyles or hair textures associated with their race or their nationality have faced discrimination. Yes, there's laws on the book, but it did not protect DeAndre Arnold, who was a senior at Barbers Hill High School in the Houston area. He was told to cut his dreadlocks in order to attend prom and his graduation ceremony. Imagine you work all those years because they tell you that you need to graduate, then he's told you've got to cut your dreadlocks. For DeAndre, his hairstyle was important to him because it was part of his Trinidadian culture and about who he is. This is wrong. It must never, ever happen again. The way that individuals choose to style their hair is a direct representation of their culture and of who they are. When individuals are told to alter, cut, or change their hairstyle, what they're really being told is to alter their culture and their being. This must end. I am proud to co-sponsor this bill, and I urge my colleagues here today to support it, to vote for it, and let's make this wrong a right. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 2 minutes to the newest member of the House, the gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Trifolis McCormick.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise today to represent every person of African descent across this country and in Florida's 20 congressional district with natural hair. I call on my colleagues from the U.S. Senate to pass the Crown Act to prohibit discrimination on the basis of hair texture, hairstyle that is commonly associated with a particular race and national origin. Lawsuits initiated by Black workers alleging discrimination against their natural hair in the workplace have filled courthouses for more than 40 years. This legislation will provide us with the freedom to wear our crowns without discrimination. We must understand that hair discrimination is rooted in systemic racism. Anti-Black hair sentiments on U.S. soil has existed for centuries. As a member of Congress, we have a legal and ethical obligation to push back against the Eurocentric beauty perpetuated across TV and in the media. Hair discrimination is race discrimination. Unfortunately, some employers discriminate against people of African descent who wear natural hair, even though employment policies involvement are not related to workers' ability to perform the job. The notion that some of these policies are race-neutral policies, therefore not covered under the 1964 Civil Rights Act, which outlaws discrimination based on race, sex, color, religion, and national origin, is absurd and lacks merit. As a mother of African-American children, I want our beautiful daughters and sons in my district to feel comfortable in their skin without retaliation. Sadly, Black students are 3 to 6 times more likely to be suspended or expelled from school. And today, there remains regressive movements that continue to criminalize natural Black hairstyles under the auspices of preparing them for the real world. We must instead teach our children to embrace their natural beauty and understand that their humanity is not tied to their hair. To the organizations that have consistently advocated for the passage of this critical piece of legislation, we thank you for your commitment. I yield back.
The gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Ohio.
Reserve, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from Ohio reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 2 minutes to the gentlelady from Wisconsin, Ms. Moore.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just let me thank Bonnie Watson Coleman for her stewardship over this bill. I also want to thank Ayanna Pressley, Ilhan Omar, so many women who rose up to support this, not only this session, but last session as well. I want to thank State Representative Lakeisha Myers in my state, in the city of Milwaukee, for the ordinances and the bills that they have passed, which are similar to the Crown Act. Just let me say, with my short 2 minutes here, that my being instilled with low self-esteem started before I got to kindergarten, and it all revolved around my nappy hair and the way it just coiled. And 2 minutes is not long enough to carry you on this journey of what it's like to have your employers being told that you're making them look bad because of the way your hair looks, and having hot combs, lye, all chemicals being burned so that you could look white. And when I ran for office, this office in 2005, because I had so many pictures with my hair just, coiffed in a European style, my handlers wouldn't let me change it. And I mean, after 20 hours a day of campaigning every day, I had to figure out how to straighten my hair out. Thank God for the Crown Act. Thank God for being able to stand here under the e pluribus unum as my authentic, nappy-headed self. And I yield back.
Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Ohio.
Reserve.
Gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Carter.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. My great home state of Louisiana is where the Tian laws originated. These laws mandated that Black women of Louisiana cover their beautiful hair, making it illegal to expose our hair. Imagine that. All Americans should have the right to wear their hair that naturally grows out of their heads without fear. We as members of Congress must act to ban any discrimination against natural hair. Whether it's locks, curls, braids, or twists, Black Americans have had the right to exist as their authentic selves and wear their natural hair with pride. The Crown Act would give and defend the right by prohibiting discrimination on the basis of hair texture or hairstyle in employment, education, and several other important spheres. This legislation has been heavily vetted and has already been passed in several states. I am proud to have authored and advanced the Crown Act as a member of the Louisiana State Senate, but not complete the process before I was elected to Congress. So this is particularly special for me. For the people of Louisiana and for people across the nation, federal action is needed. Studies show that some 80% of black women feel they have to change their hairstyles to simply fit in to the workplace. That natural hair is somehow unprofessional. This is unacceptable. I am calling on this chamber to do the right thing, that all elected officials stand up and do what is right by the people of America. This includes those who may not live in your district and those who have different life experiences. For the overwhelming majority of our country's existence, racial discrimination in its various forms have been legal. Today, we continue to move forward, to move this nation forward. Today, the House will vote to make discrimination based on hairstyles a thing of the past and make our workplaces more inclusive and truly free for people to express themselves. I yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Madam Speaker, we reserve.
Gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman from New York is prepared to close. Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. What is Congress doing today? What is the People's House under the Democrat majority? What is the House of Representatives up to today? Passing a bill to prohibit conduct that's already unlawful under the law. Discrimination based on hairstyle is already unlawful. That's what the Congress, that's what the House of Representatives is going to pass today. Think about it. That's the priority today when we have went in literally 1 year's time from a secure border to complete chaos. 2 million illegal crossings in 1 year on our border. In fact, we don't really have a border. We have went from safe streets to record crime in every major urban area in 1 year's time. And they're focused on a bill to make conduct that's already unlawful again, I guess. We've went from energy independence to the spectacle of the President of the United States begging OPEC to increase production. We've went from stable prices to a 40-year high inflation rate. And Democrats are focused on this bill. This past summer, we had the debacle that was the exit from Afghanistan. And of course, as we speak, the Ukrainian people are fighting for their lives. And Democrats are passing a bill to prohibit conduct already unlawful under the federal law. A bill that says you can't discriminate based on hairstyle, which is already unlawful. We've had a year now where Democrats attack every liberty we enjoy under the First Amendment, every single one. There's still some places, some locations in America where a full congregation cannot meet on a Sunday morning. Some places where you still can't assemble, can't petition. The Democrats have kept the Capitol closed to the American people, their own darn Capitol. How are you supposed to come in and petition your member to redress your grievances if you're not even allowed in your Capitol, that your tax dollars pay for? And of course, we know what they've done to freedom of speech, the attacks there, but their focus today is on this bill. So I would urge a no vote. Let's focus on the issues that I think the vast majority of the American people want us to focus on, like crime, like the high inflation rate, the 40-year high inflation rate, like the border problem, like the fact that we were an energy independent country just a few months back. Let's focus on those issues. This, I would urge my colleagues to vote no on this legislation. With that, Madam Speaker, I yield the balance of our time back.
Gentleman yields the balance of his time. The gentleman from New York is recognized for such time as he may consume.
Madam Speaker, while racism and discrimination sometimes appear in overt forms, they can also manifest themselves in more subtle ways. One way is through discrimination based on natural hairstyles and hair textures associated with people of a particular race or national origin. As we've discussed on this floor, this is intolerable, and it is not taken care of by current law, protestations from the other side notwithstanding. This Crown Act would make explicit that the civil rights laws prohibit such discrimination. It's a matter of basic fairness and justice. I urge all members to support this important legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 2116? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative.
Madam Speaker.
What? There's a gentleman from Ohio.
I'd ask for a roll call vote, Madam Speaker.
I'm sorry, sir.
I'd ask for a roll call.
Thank you. Pursuant to Section 3S of the House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings are postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 55, the Emmett Till Anti-Lynching Act, as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 55, a bill to amend Section 249 of Title 18 United States Code to specify lynching as a hate crime act.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler, and the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Jordan, each will control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the bill under consideration.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, the Emmett Till Anti-Lynching Act is long overdue legislation that would correct a historical injustice by finally specifying lynching as a crime under federal law. Our nation endured a shameful period during which thousands of African Americans were lynched as a means of racial subordination and enforcing white supremacy. These violent incidents were largely tolerated by state and federal officials, and they represent a stain on our nation's legacy. Today, we acknowledge this disgraceful chapter in American history, and we send a clear message that such violent actions, motivated by hatred and bigotry, will not be tolerated in this country. The term lynching generally refers to premeditated public acts of violence, often resulting in death, carried out by a mob in order to punish an alleged transgressor or to strike fear among a targeted group. Throughout history, lynching has been employed as an extreme form of informal group social control and has often been conducted with the display of a public spectacle for maximum intimidation. This legislation is named in honor of Emmett Till, a 14-year-old African-American youth from Chicago who was lynched in particularly gruesome fashion while visiting an uncle in Mississippi in 1955. His murder and the anti-lynching movement that followed set the stage for the creation of the civil rights movement that we recognize today. Though lynching touches all races and religions and occurs throughout the United States, it has been most common in the South and was targeted primarily at blacks. During the period between the Civil War and World War II, thousands of African Americans were lynched in the United States. These violent incidents profoundly impacted race relations and shaped the geographic, political, social, and economic conditions of African American communities in ways that are still evident today. The first federal anti-lynching legislation was introduced in 1900, almost 120 years ago, by Congressman George Henry White, the only African American member of Congress at that time. Unfortunately, neither his bill nor any other anti-lynching bills that were introduced in the decades that followed managed to pass Congress. The Department of Justice has used other laws to prosecute some civil rights era crimes and hate crimes that were described as lynching in public discourse, but there is still no federal law explicitly prohibiting lynching. Today, we act to correct this historical injustice. I thank the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Rush, for his leadership on this important issue and for his attention to history. In memory of Emmett Till and in memory of all the victims of lynching throughout our history, I urge my colleagues to support this important legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the bill before us today recalls a dark period in our nation's history. Lynching is an especially horrible act of violence. It was and is as wrong can be. Last century, lynchings were a common atrocity committed by the Klan against the black community. From the 1880s to the 1960s, approximately 4,743 individuals were lynched in the United States, of whom 3,400 victims were African American. The bill before us today will make lynching a hate crime under the federal code. There should be no doubt that our nation condemns lynching in the strongest possible terms, which is why I was surprised that the bill reported out of committee minimized the importance of the gravity of the crime of lynching. I am pleased, however, that the majority is bringing this version to the floor rather than the text reported out of committee. The bill reported out of committee simply criminalized conspiracies to commit any type of hate crime, no matter how insignificant the injury. The bill before us today criminalizes a conspiracy if death or serious bodily injury occurs. I hope we can all stand with one voice and condemn the atrocity of lynching. I urge a yes vote on this piece of legislation, and I reserve the balance of our time.
The gentleman from Ohio reserves the balance of his time. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield the gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee, 6 minutes. Is she here?
The gentlelady is recognized.
I thank the Speaker and I thank the Chairman for yielding. I rise in strong support of H.R. 55, the Emmett Till Anti-Lynching Act, which amends Title 18, Section 249 of the United States Code to make lynching a hate crime under federal law punishable by up to 30 years imprisonment. But before I go any further, let me acknowledge Congressman Bobby Rush, who has been steadfast in the years that I've known him, pushing day after day, because Mamie Till and Emmett came from Chicago, from Illinois, going down to Mississippi as black children typically did, to see relatives in Mississippi and Georgia and Florida and Texas and Alabama. And he went down in 1955. I thank Congressman Rush for his leadership and persistence. We tried to get this in the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act, but I think we are where we want to be, a freestanding bill. In 1989, Civil Rights Memorial was dedicated in Montgomery, Alabama, the birthplace of the modern civil rights movement, one of the efforts of Bryan Stevenson to memorialize these individuals that were hung. It honors the lives and memories of 40 martyrs who were slain during the movement from 1954 to 1968, including Emmett Till. But we know that many more people lost their lives to racial violence during that era. As we were studying H.R. 40, the Reparations Commission, we determined 4,000, and most of those that were lynched were African Americans. This memorial was dedicated to the killers of 13 of the 40 martyrs whose names were inscribed on the memorial had not been prosecuted or convicted. In 10 of the 40 deaths, defendants were either acquitted by all-white juries or served only token prison sentences. We also know there are many cases that still cry out for justice that involve hanging, in particular of African Americans. These unsolved crimes represent a continuing stain on our nation's honor and mock its commitment to equal justice under the law. The legislation before us is intended to help remove that stain once and for all. The 40 victims selected for inclusion in the Civil Rights Memorial fit at least one of three criteria. They were murdered because they were active in the Civil Rights Movement. They were killed by organized hate crimes as acts of terror aimed at intimidating black and civil rights activists. Their death, like the death of Emmett Till, helped to galvanize the movement by demonstrating the brutality faced by African Americans in the South. That young boy, age 13, was hung. These individuals were hung. 7 were white, 33 were black. They were students, farmers, ministers, truck drivers, a homemaker, and a Nobel laureate. But, Madam Speaker, these are many, many other victims besides the 40 were remembered in the memorial. The Southern Poverty Law Center reports that its research uncovered approximately 75 other people who died violently between 1952 and 1968 under circumstances suggesting that they were victims of racial violence. For most of them, the reason their names were not added to the memorial is because they were not enough. And because the killings of African Americans were often covered up or not seriously investigated, there's little to doubt that many slayings were never recorded by authorities. The gist of the matter is that lynching, even up to today, 2022, was not a federal crime. And it was not a federal crime that could be prosecuted. the heinous and evil act of lynching another human being. These are the ways that we can address this question by a federal anti-lynching bill once and for all, making it a crime to lynch anyone in the United States. And so let me thank Mamie Till for being a courageous and wonderful civil rights activist driven by the heinous and horrible killing and hanging of a 13-year-old boy. This is both mother and son in a much nicer time. And this is a mother who expressing pain at her funeral or the funeral of her child. And this, of course, is the act of what a 13-year-old handsome little boy looked like after he was beaten and lynched and dragged and thrown in the water. This has to stop. And finally now, with this legislation, we will finally have an anti-lynching legislation that makes illegal the idea of lynching. And let me say that this idea of lynching is not an old act. 1981 was one of the most recent acts of lynching a fellow human being. And so it is extremely important that we have this law that once and forever says that if it's not in the Constitution in terms of the exact language, it is tied to the Constitution, the 13th Amendment, which is the prohibition of slavery, the 14th Amendment, which is due process. And I can assure our colleagues that we have not completed the thoughts of both of those amendments without having H.R. 55, which helps ensure that justice is rendered and that lynching forever is stopped, and that we realize that it is both a devastating and deadly act, but it is the ultimate indignity of taking another human being and hanging them like a piece of whatever one would like to imagine, meat in a meat locker. Let us stop that now. Let America stand as a place of human rights and a place of dignity. I ask my colleagues to support H.R. 55. With that, I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman from Arizona, Representative Biggs.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the gentleman from Ohio for yielding time to me. And I am grateful that we're going to be voting today on this version of this bill. I think this is a much improved version as opposed to the one that came out of committee, and I'm grateful to all those who've worked hard on this to try to make this a better bill, and I'm grateful for that. And I think when we reflect upon this bill and the history of our nation, and this nation we all love and cherish, we recognize that we have to cure and acknowledge some issues and problems that we have had. And this is not the least of those, for sure. But it is an important thing to recognize. And I appreciated the chairman of the Judiciary Committee mentioning George Henry White, who was the first person to introduce an anti-lynching piece of legislation. George Henry White was from North Carolina. He was a Republican representative. He was the only African American who was a member of Congress at the time. And after he left Congress in the early part of the last century, 1901, it would be 28 years before another African American came into these important halls of law and legislation. And one thing that Mr. White, Congressman White, was very bold about was to fight and stand for disenfranchisement, to fight disenfranchisement, and also to fight mob violence, which took an incredible amount of courage and discipline, and I appreciate that in his history. I am hopeful that we will make this a unanimous vote, and I hope that we will record that vote for our posterity and for all Americans to know and recognize that the United States House of Representatives can come together. We may disagree on so many things, but on this issue that we can come together unitedly. And so I appreciate the opportunity to speak on this, and I thank the gentleman, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Garcia.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of the Emmett Till Anti-Lynching Act. Sadly, more than 6,500 Black Americans were lynched between 1865 and 1950. My home state of Texas, sadly, has the third highest number of lynchings in history. There were 468 documented deaths by lynching in Texas between 1885 and 1942. However, many historians believe that closer to 5,000 Mexicans and Mexican Americans died by lynching around this time. Few actions are crueler, more heinous, and more inhumane than someone being lynched. Yet to this day, and shamefully so, lynching does not have a federal hate crime legislation. Since 1900, there have been more than 200 attempts to codify lynching as a federal crime, but each attempt was unsuccessful. Today, we can correct this historical injustice. By passing this bill, we can begin closing of this terrible and shameful chapter in Americans' history. I'm proud to co-sponsor this bill, and I urge all my colleagues, and I'm pleased to hear the other side of the aisle talk about unanimous vote. That's what we need, is a unanimous vote to support this bill. It's time. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Madam Speaker, we reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Carter.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. This bill would incredibly and tragically, for the first time, make lynching a federal hate crime in America. Despite more than 200 attempts to pass anti-lynching legislation through Congress over the past 120 years, lynching has never been designated as a federal crime. And this isn't just a horror of the past. Unfortunately, we still see these horrible instances. This is reality still today because murders are prosecuted at the local level. This historical injustice meant that 99% of lynching perpetrators escaped punishment. This bill is long overdue. Today, I'll be voting for Representative Bobby Rush's anti-lynching bill to finally close this dark chapter of our history. We cannot bring back Emmett Till or the thousands of others whose precious lives were lost in the horrible acts of racial terror. But passing the Anti-Lynching Act is a historic step toward justice and a signal that our nation will finally reckon with the dark chapter of our history. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
We reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
I reserve and am prepared to close.
The gentleman reserves is prepared to close. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would just say that I hope we do have a unanimous vote and support this good piece of legislation. With that, we yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, with this legislation, we can right a great historical wrong by finally specifying lynching as a crime under federal law, more than 120 years after the first anti-lynching bill was introduced in Congress. Although this proposal should have become law a long time ago, it is never too late to do the right thing. The shameful era when lynchings were commonplace in this country, particularly in the South, is thankfully over. But we have seen disturbing echoes of this gruesome practice in recent years, most recently in the brutal murder of Ahmaud Arbery. This legislation sends a clear message that such violent actions, motivated by hatred and bigotry, will not be tolerated in this country. The nation is in the midst of a national conversation and a national awakening on issues of race and justice. As we reckon with our past and look to the future, it is important that we place lynching where it properly belongs in the criminal code, alongside other hate crimes that have caused so much pain and suffering over the years. I want to thank Congressman Bobby Rush for his tireless efforts in bringing this legislation forward, and all the other members whose efforts have paved the way for passage of this bill today. I urge all my colleagues to support this important legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 55? As amended. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no.
Madam Chair.
In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative.
Madam Speaker.
Gentlemen,
Thank you. I request
from
the yeas.
Arizona is recognized.
Thank you. I request the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of the House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings are postponed. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from the District of Columbia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and agree to the bill H.R. 2142.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 2142, a bill to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 170 Manhattan Avenue in Buffalo, New York, as the Indiana Hunt Martin Post Office Building.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from the District of Columbia, Ms. Norton, and the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Donalds, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from the District of Columbia.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 2142 to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 170 Manhattan Avenue in Buffalo, New York, as the Indiana Hunt Martin Post Office Building. Mrs. Indiana Hunt Martin was born on May 30th, 1922 in Georgia. Her family moved to Western New York when she was in elementary school, and she was one of only 2 black students in her high school class. She aspired to a business career, but faced limited opportunities and had to take jobs picking peaches and cleaning restrooms at a TNT factory. In 1944, Mrs. Hunt Martin joined the newly formed Women's Army Corps. The Women's Army Corps had more than 800 black female soldiers serving in the 6,808th Central Postal Directorate Battalion, known as the 6,888. The 6,888 was the only all-African American Women's Army Corps. Mrs. Hunt Martin was one of the original 500 African American female soldiers who were chosen to sail across the Atlantic. The soldiers feared they would not make it alive because they were being chased by a German U-boat. But fortunately, they arrived safely in Liverpool, England. In England, the soldiers were assigned to horrific conditions, staying in dilapidated schools infested with rats and parasites. Regardless of the conditions, the 6,888 cleared a backlog of more than 17 million pieces of mail and packages in only 3 months. They were then relocated to Rouen and Paris, France, where they continued adhering to their motto, no mail, no morale, low morale. In February 1946, the 6,888 returned to segregated United States. The unit received honorable discharges when they were disbanded, but no recognition of their accomplishments. Mrs. Hunt Martin went on to have a distinguished career at the New York Department of Labor, working there for 41 years and retiring in 1987. She met her husband at the New York Department of Labor, with whom she had a loving daughter, Janice Martin. Throughout the years, Mrs. Hunter Martin was an active life member of several veteran organizations and mentored young African American women who chose to serve in the military. She was inducted into the New York State Veterans Hall of Fame and received several service medals. Mrs. Hunt Martin passed away peacefully on September 21st, 2020, at the age of 98. I encourage all my colleagues to join me in honoring this American hero by naming the post office at 170 Manhattan Avenue as the Indiana Hunt Martin Post Office Building, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of this bill, which would name a post office in New York after Indiana Hunt Martin. Mrs. Hunt Martin was born in Udalva, Georgia, during a time when opportunities for Black Americans were very limited. Her family moved to Western New York, where she was one of 2 Black students at Niagara Falls High School. In 1944, Mrs. Hunt Martin joined the only all African American Women's Army Corps, the 6888th Central Postal Directorate Battalion, known as the 6888. She was then chosen to serve overseas in England, where she worked with fellow soldiers under harsh and challenging workspace conditions. In only 3 months, they cleared a 2-year backlog of mail destined for nearly 7 million members of the United States military and others serving in the European theater. This was certainly an important contribution to the war effort, which the 6888 recognized with the motto, "No mail, low morale." In 1946, Mrs. Hunt Martin returned to the United States and received an honorable discharge. She then worked at the United States Department of Labor for 41 years. During this service, she met her husband and had a daughter, Janice Martin. After her service to the nation, Mrs. Hunt Martin became an active member of several veterans organizations and mentored young Black women who served in the military. Sadly, on September 21st, 2020, Indiana Hunt Martin passed away. I encourage my colleagues to support this bill to honor Indiana Hunt Martin's exemplary life of service, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from the District of Columbia is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 3 minutes to the author of this important bill, the gentleman from New York, Representative Higgins.
The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, Madam Chair. I rise today in support of H.R. 2142, legislation designating the Central Park Post Office in Buffalo, New York, as the Indiana Hunt Martin Post Office building. It's fitting the consideration of this bill celebrating the life and service of an American trailblazer take place today during Black History Month and upon Women's History Month. Born in 1922, Indiana Hunt Martin moved to Niagara Falls as a child, graduated from Niagara Falls High School before joining the Women's Army Corps of 1944. Following enlistment, she traveled by railroad to Fort Oglethorpe in Georgia, where she underwent training. She recalled encounters with segregation as she traveled south. A train stop in Washington, D.C., where passengers were separated into rail cars based on race. Separate restrooms and drinking fountains, and fellow military members getting in trouble for refusing to sit in the back of the bus. Indiana Hunt Martin was a member of the 6888 Central Postal Directory Battalion within the Women's Army Corps, the first Black female battalion and the only all-women battalion to be deployed overseas. The unit sorted and redirected millions of backlogged letters and packages sent to soldiers working around the clock to deliver approximately 65,000 pieces of mail each shift. Indiana Hunt Martin served this nation selflessly and was honorably discharged from the United States Army on November 10, 1945. After the war, she worked for the New York State Department of Labor for 41 years, retiring in 1987. In addition to serving her country, she served her community through numerous veterans, church, and neighborhood organizations. In 2014, we had the distinct privilege of presenting her with the medals she earned while serving the United States Army, including the Women's Army Corps Service Medal, the European, African, Middle Eastern Campaign Medal, the World War II Victory Medal, and the Honorable Service Lapel Award for her service during World War II. The idea for this legislation was brought to us by Korean War veteran Sandy Williams, who serves as president and founder of the United Veterans of Buffalo. The bill has the bipartisan support of the entire New York congressional delegation, the Bennett Wells American Legion Auxiliary Post, the Janetta R. Cole AMVETS Post, the Jesse Clipper American Legion Post, and many others. From 1978 until her passing, Indiana Hunt Martin frequented the post office on Manhattan Avenue in Buffalo weekly to purchase stamps, pick up mail, and to send letters. There are post offices named for presidents and famous celebrities, but I might argue that there would be none more fitting than the one paying tribute to the legacy of Indiana Hunt Martin and her service to our country. I am proud to lead this effort and urge my colleagues to join me in approving this legislation, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman has reserved. The gentlewoman from the District of Columbia is recognized.
Madam Speaker, if the gentleman from Kentucky has no further speakers, I am prepared to close.
The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I waive the close. We're good.
The gentleman from Florida is yield back. The gentlewoman from the District of Columbia is recognized.
Madam Speaker, with no further speakers, I urge passage of H.R. 2142 and yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 2142? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess until approximately 6:30 p.m. today. Do I have to go?
The House will be in order. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Perlmutter, to suspend the rules and pass Senate 321, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
Senate 321, an act to award a Congressional Gold Medal to the members of the Women's Army Corps who were assigned to the 6,888th Central Postal Directory Battalion, known as the 6888.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their votes by electronic device. Purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Lawson of Florida, Mr. Dory of Pennsylvania, and Mr. Rush of Illinois, pursuant to House Resolution, I inform the House that these following members vote yes on 321.
Do I say anything? For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Sessions from Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Sessions will vote yea on S 321.
Kansas seek recognition.
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Mann of Kansas, I inform the House that Mr. Mann will vote yea on S 321.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Doggett of Texas, Ms. Manning of North Carolina, Mr. Boyle of Pennsylvania, Mr. Swazi of New York, and Mr. Yarmouth of Kentucky. Inform the House that these 5 members will vote yes on S. 321.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson, Representatives Underwood, and Representative Strickland, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on S-321.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Green of Tennessee, I inform the House that Mr. Green will vote yea on S-321. And Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Bilirakis of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Bilirakis will vote yea on S-321. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Cardenas, I inform the House that Mr. Cardenas will vote aye on S-321.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Brooks of Alabama, I inform the House that Mr. Brooks will vote yes on S-321.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Deutsch of Florida, I inform the House that that Mr. Deutsch will vote yes on S-321.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by the following members: Henry Cuellar, Nanette Barragan, Kai Kahili, and Vicente Gonzalez, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S-321.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Ryan of Ohio, I inform the House that Mr. Ryan will vote yes on S-321.
purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Grijalva of Arizona, I inform the House that he will vote yes on S321.
That again.
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Grijalva of Arizona, I inform the House that Mr. Grijalva will vote yes on S321.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Texas seek recognition?
Hi. Pursuant to House Resolution 8, as the member designated by Ms. Granger of Texas, I inform the House that Ms. Granger of Texas will vote yes on S321.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Kelly of Pennsylvania, I inform the House that Mr. Kelly of Pennsylvania will vote yes on S321.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Wilson of Florida and Mr. Raskin of Maryland, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S321.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from New Hampshire seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Mang, I inform the House that Ms. Mang will vote yes on S321.
Does the gentlelady from Texas seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Spear, I inform the House that she will vote yes on S321.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Albio Series, Mr. Donald Payne, Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, and Mr. Bill Pascrell, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S-321.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Trone of Maryland, I inform the House that Mr. Trone will vote aye on S-321.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Tenney of New York, Mr. Fallon of Texas, Mr. Nails of Texas, and Ms. Zalazar of Florida, and pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that these 4 members will vote yea.
Oh, yeah. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Colorado seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Madison Cawthorn from North Carolina and Louis Gohmert from Texas, I inform the House that both members will vote yea on S-321.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Christ of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Christ will vote yea on S-321.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Pfluger of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Pfluger will vote aye on S-321.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Ryan Babin of the great state of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Babin will be a yea on S-321. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Buchanan from Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Buchanan will vote yea on S-321.
Purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Roybal Allard, I inform the House that Ms. Roybal Allard will vote yes on S-321.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
This is a member designated by Representative John Carter. Pursuant to House Resolution 965, I inform the House Representative John Carter will vote yea on S-321.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Virginia seek recognition?
As a member designated by Ms. Fletcher, Ms. Frankel, and Mr. McEachin, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S321.
What purpose?
The member designated by Dr. Van Drew of New Jersey, I inform the House that Dr. Van Drew will vote yay on S321.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Illinois seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Clark of New York and Ms. Bass of California, I inform the House that both members will vote yes on S321.
Does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Meyer. She just did, but the microphone's not on. Madam Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Meyer, I inform the House that Mr. Meyer will vote yea on S321.
Have all members voted? Does anyone wish to change a vote? Do I bang it again or just say it? Just say it. On this vote, the yeas are 422, the nays are 0. 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Am I stepping down now? Yeah.
The House will be in order. The House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Minnesota seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to speak out of order for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise on behalf of the Minnesota delegation as we honor the life and mourn the passing of our colleague Jim Hagedorn of Blue Earth, Minnesota. Public service was a defining feature in the life of Representative Hagedorn. As a young man, he worked here in the House for 7 years as a legislative assistant with Congressman Arlen Stanglin. And then he served as a legislative and congressional affairs in the office of two U.S. Department of Treasury agencies, the Financial Management Services and the Bureau of Engraving and Printing. Since 2019, Congressman Hagedorn represented the cities, the towns, the farms of southern Minnesota's 1st Congressional District. On small business and the agriculture committees, he worked to broaden access to broadband to rural communities, as well as provide additional support for farmers and ranchers during the pandemic. Even as Jim bravely endured the personal challenge of cancer treatments, he did so with dignity and grace. He continued to serve our country and his constituents. Despite our policy differences on many issues, Jim and I were united in a common goal of achieving greater opportunities for future generations for all Minnesotans. I want to offer my deepest condolences to Jim's family, his friends, his staff, and the people of the 1st Congressional District during this difficult time. Minnesota's Congressional District delegation is grateful for Congressman Hagedorn's service to our country. And Madam Speaker, now I would like to yield to Congressman Tom Emmer for his remarks.
Thank you to my colleague from Minnesota. Madam Speaker, I too rise today to honor our dear friend, Congressman Jim Hagedorn. It's amazing that in this day and age, with all of our differences, Minnesotans, proud Minnesotans, regardless of our political perspective, can stand together in memory of one of our great colleagues, and we thank everybody in this chamber for doing the same. It's fitting that we hold this tribute on the House floor. I never saw Jim more proud than when he was here in this chamber representing the state of Minnesota and the communities that he loves so much. Jim showed us the best of Minnesota. Born in Blue Earth, as Betty told you, he was born in 1962, and he grew up on his family's farm near Truman, Minnesota. The son of a former Minnesota Congressman, Tom Hagedorn, Jim was raised with a lifelong commitment to serve. After graduating from George Mason University, Jim followed in his father's footsteps and pursued a life of public service. He began his career, again, as Representative McCollum said, Betty, as a staffer to Minnesota's Representative Arlen Stanglin, and then he went on to work for the U.S. Treasury and Bureau of Engraving and Printing before finally being elected to the House of Representatives in 2018. During his time in the House, Jim served the 1st District of Minnesota every day with unwavering passion and a positive attitude that brightened the halls of Congress and brought the best of Blue Earth to Washington. We will all miss Jim dearly, and we pray for his family during this difficult time. And I yield back.
Madam Speaker, on behalf of the Minnesota delegation and on behalf of the great state of Minnesota, I respectfully ask that we recognize the life of Congressman Jim Hagedorn with a moment of silence. And I thank you and yield back after that.
The chair asks all those present in the chamber, as well as members and staff throughout the Capitol, to please rise for a moment of silence in remembrance of the late Honorable Jim Hagedorn of Minnesota. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is to vote on the motion of the gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 55 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 55, a bill to amend Section 249 of Title 18, United States Code, to specify lynching as a hate crime act.
Of course. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic device.
Take that too. And then California.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Lucille Roybal Allard, I inform the House that Representative Allard will vote yes on H.R. 55.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designate by Mr. Sessions from Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Sessions will vote
yay on H.R. 55.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Texas seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Spear, I inform the House that she will vote yes on H.R. 55.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Kelly of Pennsylvania, I inform the House that Mr. Kelly will vote yes on H.R. 55.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as designated by the following members: Mr. Lawson of Florida, Mr. Dory of Pennsylvania, Mr. Russell, Illinois, pursue the House resolution, vote yes on H.R. 55.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Meyer of Michigan, I inform the House that Mr. Meyer will vote yea on H.R. 55.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Ryan of Ohio, I inform the House that Mr. Ryan will vote yes on H.R. 55.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Pfluger of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Pfluger will vote aye on H.R. 55.
What purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Doggett of Texas, Mr. Swazi of New York, Mr. Brendan Boyle of Pennsylvania, Mr. Yarmouth of Kentucky, and Ms. Manning of North Carolina, I inform the House that these 5 members will vote yes on H.R. 55.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Colorado seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Madison Cawthorn and Mr. Louis Gohmert, I inform the House that both members will vote yea on H.R. 55.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by members Fletcher, Frankel, and McEachin, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 55.
Is this Tennessee? For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Bilirakis of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Bilirakis will vote yea on H.R. 55. And Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Green of Tennessee, I inform the House that Mr. Green will vote yea on H.R. 55. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Illinois seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Clark of New York and Ms. Bass of California, I inform the House that both members will vote yes on H.R. 55.
All right, what's this guy? For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mrs. Tenney of New York, Mr. Nails of Texas, Mr. Fallon of Texas, and Ms. Salazar of Florida, and pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that these four members will vote yes on H.R. 55.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Wilson of Florida, Mr. Raskin of Maryland, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 55.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Carter of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Carter will vote yea on H.R. 55.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Deutsch of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Deutsch will vote yes on H.R. 55.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Brooks of Alabama, I inform the House that Mr. Brooks will vote yes on H.R. 55.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Grijalva of Arizona, I inform the House that Mr. Grijalva will vote yes on H.R. 55.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Granger, I inform the House that Ms. Granger from Texas will vote yea on H.R. 55.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from New Hampshire seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Mang, I inform the House that Ms. Mang will vote yes on H.R. 55.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Buchanan of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Buchanan will vote yea on H.R. 55.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by the following members: Henry Cuellar, Nanette Barragan, Kai Kahili, and Vicente Gonzalez, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 55.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Kansas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Mann of Kansas, I inform the House that Mr. Mann will vote aye on H.R. 55.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson, Congresswoman Strickland, and Congresswoman Underwood, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on H.R. 55.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Brian Babin of the great state of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Babin will be a yea on H.R. 55. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Christ of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Christ will vote yea on H.R. 55.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Dr. Van Drew of New Jersey, I inform the House that Dr. Van Drew will vote yea on H.R. 55.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Trone of Maryland, I inform the House that Mr. Trone will vote aye on H.R. 55.
What purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Cardenas, I inform the House that Mr. Cardenas will vote aye on H.R. 55.
What purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Albio's series, Mr. Donald Payne, Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, and Mr. Bill Pascrell, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 55.
Thank you. The yeas are 422, the nays are 3. 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 2116 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 2116, a bill to prohibit discrimination based on an individual's texture or style of hair.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic device. Purposes, the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition.
They invoked your name.
Yep.
Presented by Ms. Wilson of Florida and Mr. Raskin of Maryland, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 2116.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by Dr. Van Drew of New Jersey, I inform the House that Dr. Van Drew will vote no on H.R. 2116.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Texas seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Spear, I inform the House that she will vote yes on H.R. 2116.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Colorado seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Louis Gohmert, I inform the House that Mr. Gohmert will vote nay on H.R. 21116, the bad hair bill.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from New Hampshire seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Mang, I inform the House that Ms. Mang will vote yes on H.R. 2116.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Brooks of Alabama, I want to inform the House that Mr. Brooks will vote no on H.R. 2116.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Grijalva of Arizona, I inform the House that he will vote yes on H.R. 2116.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Buchanan of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Buchanan will vote nay on H.R. 2116.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by members McEachin, Fletcher, and Frankel, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 2116.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Carter of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Carter will vote yea on H.R. 2116.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Christ of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Christ will vote yea on H.R. 2116.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mrs. Tenney of New York, Mr. Nails of Texas, Mr. Fallon of Texas, and Ms. Salazar of Florida, and pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that these 4 members will vote no on H.R. 2116.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Cardenas, I inform the House that Mr. Cardenas will vote aye on H.R. 2116.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Babin from the great state of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Babin will be a nay on H.R. 2116. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Illinois seek recognition?
As a member designated by Ms. Clark of New York and Ms. Bass of California, I inform the House that both members will vote yes on H.R. 2116.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Granger of the great state of Texas, I inform the House that Ms. Granger will vote nay on H.R. 2116.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Trone of Maryland, I inform the House that Mr. Trone will vote aye on H.R. 2116.
Does the gentleman from Kansas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Mann of Kansas, I inform the House that Mr. Mann will vote no on H.R. 2116.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Ryan of Ohio, I inform the House that Mr. Ryan will vote yes on H.R. 2116.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as designated by Mr. Meyer of Michigan, I inform the House that Mr. Meyer will vote yea on H.R. 2116.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by the following members: Henry Cuellar, Nanette Barragan, Kai Kahili, and Vicente Gonzalez of Texas, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 2116.
What purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Green of Tennessee, I inform the House that Mr. Green will vote nay on H.R. 2116. And Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Bilirakis of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Bilirakis will vote nay on H.R. 2116. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Deutsch of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Deutsch will vote yes on H.R. 2116.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Sessions of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Sessions will vote nay on H.R. 2116.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Yarmouth of Kentucky, Mr. Doggett of Texas, Mr. Brendan Boyle of Pennsylvania, Mr. Swazi of New York, and Ms. Manning of North Carolina, I inform the House that these 5 members will vote yes on H.R. 2116.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Pfluger of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Pfluger will vote nay on H.R. 2116.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Lucille Roby Allard, I inform the House that Lucille Roby Allard will vote yes on H.R. 2116.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Kelly of Pennsylvania, I inform the House that Mr. Kelly will vote no on H.R. 2116. Thanks, Scott.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Lawson of Florida, Mr. Dory of Pennsylvania, Mr. Rush of Illinois, pursuant to House Resolution, I inform the House that these gentlemen will vote yes on H.R. 2116.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Albio Series, Mr. Donald Payne, Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, and Mr. Bill Pascrell, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 2116.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As a member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson, Congresswoman Strickland, and Congresswoman Underwood, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on H.R. 2116.
Gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition.
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Carter of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Carter will vote nay on H.R. 2116.
The yeas are 235, the nays are 188. Two-thirds not being in the affirmative, the rules are not suspended and the bill is not passed. Does New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I hereby remove myself as a co-sponsor from H.R. 1440.
Gentleman's request is accepted. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Minnesota seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I offer a privileged resolution and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will read the resolution.
House Resolution 949, resolved that the House has heard with profound sorrow of the death of the Honorable James L. Hagedorn, a representative from the state of Minnesota. Resolved that the clerk communicate these resolutions to the Senate and transmit a copy thereof to the family of the deceased. Resolved that when the House adjourns today, it adjourn as a further mark of respect to the memory of the deceased.
Without objection, the resolution is agreed to and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Section 11B of House Resolution 188 and pursuant to House Resolution 949, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow for a morning hour debate and noon for legislative business, as a further mark of respect to the memory of the late Honorable James L. Hagedorn.